captained over 2,500 individuals since it was established. She strongly believes that trainings should be engaging and impactful. Hence, she would like to share her knowledge, insight, and first-hand experiences with you. On a personal note, she's a mom of 3 children, and on weekends, she's a football mom. So she's all about the games, ladies and gentlemen. With that, ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome your trainer for today and put your hands together for Ramalina.
Thank you, Leslie. Hi, everyone. How many of you here aspire to become trainers? Put up your right hand, please. Aspire. Okay, good. How many of you are new trainers? About 1 year in training. Put up your left hand, please. Okay. How many of you are experienced trainers? 3 years and above. Put up that, please. Wow. Okay, good. Thank you. Okay, I see a lot of familiar faces, which is very good. Thank you for coming on a Sunday morning. As we have a diverse group here, so I would encourage all of us to, have an open mind. Certain things you may be familiar with, certain things may be new to you. So let's all learn together and support one another today. Okay? Are we good? Yes? Louder? Okay, good. Thanks. Sini, Saiful, please have a seat. Okay. All right, good. Okay. Now, let's start. Okay, all boleh? Okay. Ya, sana boleh? Ya, sana. Okay. Okay. Can you remember your favorite childhood game? Can you remember? Okay. Yes.
Snake and ladder.
Snake and ladder. Okay, good. Anyone else? Police and thief. Okay. Batu Seremban. Okay. Hide and seek. Okay. Congkak. Good. Anyone else? Damaji. Okay. Damaji. Oh, tu lain eh. Yang 4 digit tu lain. Okay. Hopscotch lagi. Okay, good. So these are your childhood games, right, which you can remember and you can recall, which is very good. So what we will do is, this session, as we know, it's activities, games, and exercises. So you will be going through experiential learning. You will go through the exercises, the icebreakers, the activities, so that you will have a feel of what it's like as trainers. Could be, you want to become trainer, you are experienced trainers, but I feel that because people are doing icebreaker, so I also follow. I do an icebreaker without actually knowing why, without understanding why. So all of us are here today. We want to improve our training sessions, right? And engage better with our participants. So let's try with our first icebreaker. Don't worry about your notes. You'll be doing more of movements and action. Okay, for the first icebreaker, first in your group, okay, how many of you here? 4, okay, 4, 3, okay, 3 tak apa, 3 boleh juga, no problems. Okay, appoint a leader in your group. Let me go through first, yeah, all the instructions. And then the leader to collect a stack of cards at the back. Okay, we will go through one by one later, don't worry about it. And then you will spread the cards on the table, right? Each of you to pick a card that inspires you. Yeah, you can move the things to the side. Please be comfortable, no problems. And then in your group, share in your group your name. What do you do and why did you select the card? Okay, how do you normally select a leader in your group? Would you like to share? Okay, anyone else? You have given my answer, which is good. Okay. Some will do by random, right? They will ask, oh, you jadi group leader nak? Tak nak. Then it's like you're not taking some time, right? So some they are okay lah, by volunteer I jadi leader. So as a trainer, sometimes we encounter this kind of situations. So what we will do is, yes, finger in the air. Everyone, put your finger in the air. Come on. Finger in the air. Close your eyes. Close your eyes. You need to face your team members for this. Okay. All finger in the air. Close your eyes. When I count, say 1, 2, 3, go. When I say go, you point to the person with your eyes closed to the leader that you want to appoint. Okay. All right. Close your eyes. 1, 2, 3, go. So majority. Ada, you have the leader. Okay, so this is an interesting technique which you can do. If you want to do the traditional way, is just appoint randomly lah. Okay, so each one has a leader. Okay, so the leader can select a stack of cards from the back with Nuha. Okay, so yeah, Nuha, pick up your put up your hand. Okay, yeah. Okay. Okay, then you spread the cards out. Okay. Okay, spread out the cards. Okay, good. Okay, and choose one card that inspires you today. Okay? Okay. And what you can do is share in your group your name, introduce yourself, what do you do, and why did you select that card? You can start now. Share why did you share your name, what do you do, and why does this card inspire you? Why did you select this card? Yeah. Why your name, what do you do, and why did you select that card that inspires you? Sini boleh, depan boleh, belakang boleh. Okay, hope you can move to the next person. Already? Oh, you're done. Okay, good. Any groups done yet? Okay. Do you manage to share? Go around the table, yeah? All right, good. Okay. Let's move on, yeah? Later we will do the debrief, yeah? I will go through with you, okay? So, okay. Oh, still chatting. Okay, shall we continue? Okay. Okay, now, you can put the cards aside. What we will go through now is icebreaker number 2. Okay? Why are you here today? Okay? So, we'll go through the steps. Take a post-it note in the stationery box, one each. Write down why are you here today. Okay? You can, for example, I want to ... Okay? Like somebody shouted just now, I want to learn something. Okay, you do that. And then find 3 people from a different group to share. Okay, so you have already shared in your group. So I will let you to walk around, find 3 people, different people to share. And you have 10 minutes to do this. Okay? Okay, all okay, clear? So far? Just one reason only why you're here, okay? And after that, after you share, you found 3 people to share, I would like you to come to the front and place your post-it note here in this parking lot, because we would like to see your thoughts on this. Okay? All right. You can start now. Yeah. You just go to someone else, you introduce yourself, you tell what you do, and then why. Why are you here today? So everyone ready? Can just, yeah. Can just chit chat. Feel free to move around. Hi, morning. You are? Sharon. Sharon, I have a seat. Right.
I'm not ready to leave it anymore.
Right. The police is a disaster. The fucking disaster. The place is a thank you, sure, sure. Thank you, thank you. Have a seat. Yes. Yeah, here's it. Have you got three already? Three. Three. Yes, yes. If you're done, you can sit at the parking lot. Thank you. No, that's not.
I don't know where I don't get to go to my car.
Yeah. Okay, Alhamdulillah.
So what percentage?
Tiga ya, tiga ya. In the van, please, yeah. If not, yeah. Continue. Oh, ya Allah, terjaga. Dia kena keep dari ke depan. Hadir, hadir, hadir. Thank you. Come, come. Come. Oh, Jensen, I forgot to introduce you. Hazin. Hazin, so you help me later with the the good photo. Yeah? Thank you. Okay, how much more time do we have? 4 minutes. Okay, good. Boleh ke? Okay. As long as it takes time. Okay. Thank you. Okay, wow, good, good, good. We see. Yes. 可以，可以，Okay. Nice, nice. Okay, we got everyone. Okay, good. Okay, let me just read a few. Okay, this is very interesting. I want to find my passion back. Okay, hopefully, inshallah. Learn on age, activities, games, exercises, and networking. Okay, good. I see that most of you are networking, getting to know each other. Please feel free to exchange cards and get to know one another, share your contacts. Feel free to do so. I want to improve my skills and learn new things. Okay, good. Learn new things, learn how to design games. I want to be a fun trainer. Okay. I don't think that's difficult because you are surrounded with a lot of fun people here. You just haven't really warm up yet. Okay. I want to be professional. Okay. I want to learn how to do activities in training. All right, you're the right place. Upgrading my knowledge. Okay. To plug games and activities in my training modules. Okay, good. Okay, so at least we know your thoughts on why you are here today. So hopefully the training will address certain of your apa tu? Your intentions here and why you are here and hope we can help you with a lot of information and skills. Okay. Okay. Now let's do the debrief of the two icebreakers. Okay? Now, why do you think you do an icebreaker in your training? Anybody would like to share? Why do you do icebreaker in your training? To get to know each other, okay? To warm up, to connect. Okay, good. Answers are very good. So, what was the difference between the first icebreaker and the second icebreaker? Did you feel the difference or experience the difference? Yes, Nick? Yes, that's good. That's a good answer. That's actually the answer which I'm looking for. Thank you, Nick. So initially in the first icebreaker, you were within your group, right? So some of you are strangers, you don't know each other, so you come, you sit together, you feel a bit awkward. So the first icebreaker was for you to open up, to introduce yourself with your members within your group, particular group. And the second one, like what Nick pointed out, is you get to move around, right? You get to move around, you get to expand your comfort zone and to meet other people from other tables. So after that, how do you feel? Nick, how do you feel after we did the second icebreaker? That's good. Yeah. Okay, good. So let me just, okay, so the purpose of the icebreaker is what I learned from my mentor, Mr. KCC, is that when we do trainings, we want to help people make changes, right? Change their mindset, change their feelings, change their behavior. So those are really big things, and it's really hard for some people. So let's start with an icebreaker, a small icebreaker for people to do simple things first. And then when you move on to ask them to do bigger things, it's easier for them to, the level of acceptance is easier. Do you agree? Yeah? Okay. Okay. Wow, my supporter. Okay, good. Okay, so we mentioned get to know one another, right? Get out of their comfort zone, get their energy up. You get people to walk around, create connections through conversations. You get to know each other, exchange name cards, exchange contacts, exchange what you do, encourage movement. Okay, and you actually create a safe learning environment for all. Since you all know each other, you're like, okay, you're trainers. So imagine you're in a group of this group is only about 20 plus. Imagine you're in a group of 50 pets. You can also do this kind of icebreakers, but you have to customize it. Yeah. So if you're in a group of 50 people, then you feel even awkward, right? More awkward and uncomfortable at the beginning. Okay, so what's the difference between an icebreaker and an energizer? Maybe you all have heard before. Cycle?
And to take the body, the mind. For icebreaker, we will volunteer, communicate.
Excellent, good, thank you, good answer. Yes, so the energizer is more about energy from the term energizer. Imagine you have a training after lunch, right? Everyone will like makan kenyang, their energy will be very low, so you do an energizer. But icebreaker is always at the beginning of your training, whereby you, like what Saiful mentioned, you want to form connections. Any questions so far? Yes. Oh, okay. I will try and get from the back. Yeah. Okay. Is there another workbook extra? Can you please check? Yeah. You won't be using the workbook, but you can just use it as a guide, or you want to write down. Can but I will make sure. I will get one for you later. Yeah. Okay. Okay. All right. Okay. So today, basically, the learning objective is for you to have a game thinking, because I've met a few trainers, and they don't normally include games in their trainings, very rarely, because they feel that it's too hard and it's too troublesome. Okay, so we will develop a game thinking mindset with growth mindset through activities, which we will do today, and also make clear distinctions between activities, games, and exercises. All right. So icebreakers and activities. So later we will go into more in-depth of games. I would like to inspire you to design and create your own game. Because I know there are a few trainers here, ESG, strategic communications, hospitality, different areas. So for a game, you can actually create anything, but you have to customize to your trainings to make it more effective, right? Okay. And lastly, we will go through how to design and customize a game with using a simple canvas so that you can go through step by step. So remember the favorite childhood game? Keep that in mind because you will be using that as an example. I will take you through basic steps first, then only we will go through in advanced level. Yeah. Okay. So how my journey started is I'm a trainer. I did my game-based learning certification with DIB HighCom. Why? Because I started a social enterprise with my husband about 8 years ago, and we train children, school children, young people, youth from B40 communities. And school children, there's very high dropout rates, and how to make learning interesting, how to motivate them. So I decided to incorporate games in my trainings. And I came across this very famous, popular quote by Benjamin Franklin: "Tell me and I forget, teach me and I may remember, involve me and I learn." So from here, I was thinking, oh, I put myself in their shoes. In school, you give me history, you give me mathematics, confirm fail. I don't enjoy it. But if you give me English, but you tell me stories and things like that. Even my children, I have 3 children. My son is very different. He's very visual. He prefers games, he prefers things he can see, he can touch. My daughter, Misha at the back, she's my daughter. She's more science student. You give her history, physics, whatever she can memorize. So different our like when we train children, so their capabilities are different, their competencies are different. So I feel games is more relatable to them. Okay, so there's also a lot of research which you can do online. So this research is from Georgia Southern University, where they say that why we use games for learning. Okay, it's more meaningful so that you can link with specific theories. Students can be more engaged, motivate their learning. And the outcome of the learning is basically on experiential learning. And there are also books on Amazon which you can go through, you can check it out, all which talks about the research they found on human behavior, not just children or youth, but also adults. Leaders also include games in trainings for the leaders or C-suites, some CEOs, because when you are in a game, right, just imagine, you don't think about your position, you don't think about, your ranks and stuff like that. You just think about how you want to get the game, do the game, solve the problem, right? So that is the difference. Any questions so far? All good? Okay. So this is a secondary school student. So this is a game I created. It's a board game, simple board game with cards. I will explain later about the game. So you can use this kind of simple, minimal resources, which we will be using later when we play the ESG game. Yeah. Okay. So why do we use games, activities, games, or exercises? There are many reasons, right? Which some of you have mentioned. Engagement. So let me, okay, I shouldn't jump the gun. So let me just go through. Are these any of your goals for your training? Simi, such as engagement. Latin? Which one? Involvement. Okay. Anyone? Ellen, what about you? Motivation. Okay, good. Yeah, so all of us have these goals and we want to create more engagement, more involvement with the participants, right? So that's the purpose why. But the three different activities, games, and exercises, they have different purpose and different structures as well. Okay? So you might think, activities and activity lah, what's so difficult? The game is a game lah, so what? But we will go into more details. Okay, so for learning activities, this is the group. It's to practice exercises, simulation, so the activities, the family. For a game, it's in a world of its own. Okay, later we will see its features and things like that. Okay, so this is going to be a little bit of a theory just to give you a background understanding. So in terms of learning activities, it's mental, for you to exercise your mental function. It's a process, a lot of doing, movement, thinking. It stimulates learning by first-hand experience so that they can actually do. Instead of just sit down and listen to a lecture, they can actually do and reflect. Okay, so this is the summary of it. If you want to use to test their skills, you can use activities or exercises. But if you want it to be a bit more competitive, you can use a game. Okay, yeah, feel free to take photos. No worries. Okay, let's go to activities. So I've been involved in adult learning as well. So we did a lot with, this is with lecturers at Polytechnic Unco Omar in Ipoh. So they wanted to know about ESG, they wanted to know about SDG. So I did, so just talk about SDG and ESG will be very dry. So I included games in there. This is so list of activities, I'm sure some of you are very familiar, brainstorming, energizer we spoke about, icebreaker we did together, role play. Snowballing is interesting. Snowballing is like First, you have a discussion of two people, and then after that, two people, you add another, and you grow the group in a bigger discussion so that you get more thoughts, gather more ideas. So you can do that as well. Simulations. So this was one of the activities I was involved in with Malaysian Association of Professional Speakers. They did an activity, so it was a group discussion. All these are trainers and they are very experienced trainers. Yeah. So you can do with kids, you can do with adults, no problems. Okay, let's go into the crux of the training today, which is games. I want you to think about where are you now? Where do you fall into in terms of using games in your training? So if you are new, like Zahida, you are new in training, so it will be 0. It's okay, don't worry. Maybe 1 year, 2 years training also, maybe they don't use training, so it's 0. But if you use a bit, maybe in the middle, if you use games most of the time, then it's 10. So can you just think it through for 1 minute? Where do you fall into this? Rate yourself. Oh, that's a very fast answer. Okay. You don't have to share with me, but you just think it through first, because later we will reflect again. Okay? Dah? Alright. Quite easier. Laju je. Okay. So this is a famous quote by James. He wrote a book as well. Build the kind of free and easy, try it out, build yourself character that our future needs. So for younger generation, for future leaders, they are using a lot of play. Even in international schools, my background, my last corporate job was in international school. So I see they use a lot of play even in their subjects, their core subjects, which is very lacking in our national syllabus, right? Our syllabus is very, like basically memorizing. So when you use play, you make the subject more interesting. You make the kid become curious and excited in learning. Okay? All right. Let's try. Okay, so I have the group numbers on the table. There's a reason for it. So let's try. Group 1 is jogging a game. No, it's an activity. Okay, let's. Okay, good. Group. Saiful, what's your group? Group 4. Okay. Police and thief. What do you think? It's a game. Okay. Uno, group 2. Is it a game? Yes. Okay. Stella said yes. Group 5. Word search. Is it a game? Yay or nay? Yay. Okay. Yay. Yay. Okay. Good. Could you roughly, once you go into a bit more in depth, it'll be a bit more confusing, but this is just very generic. So you get the idea, yeah? But don't worry, we will go through more. Okay, as a learner, describe your best experience in playing a game, in trainings. If you can remember, if you have attended any trainings as a participant, is there any best experience that you have gone through? Or is there a worst experience that you have gone through in a game, in a training? Just think about it. Okay? Anyone would like to share either best or worst? Alan? Would you like to share?
Okay, I think one of the things that conducted on this state myself.
Okay.
I think it's
Okay.
Dr. is very clear, and we also explain during the debate to the participants how you measure success.
Okay.
What is the objective of the game? Probably not say that, and then how to measure success. I thought that we need simple and in a very complex situation, but to me that would be very simple.
Okay, good. So that's the best experience. Okay, good. All right. Anyone has any worst experience? Or not much yet? Words ada tak? Huh? Okay, boleh try?
Okay, this was when I was at the workforce, so we had this team building down outside. I think one of the families, and the dream was that we had to go up this line, and before that we had to walk on two wires. So this particular guy, who was a very detailed, he was actually a bit of height. And he wasn't at the conference, but because he cheered him on, so he decided to go on. Actually, all of us had to go on, so he decided to go on anxiety. And when he got stuck in the middle of it, and we were like, and also were like cheering on, saying, oh, you can do it, you know, go on. But he was just stuck there for like 5 minutes. Initially, we were just like listening, you know, and we were thinking like, okay, now I, you know, he'll finally get out of it and he'll like, move on. But after 10 minutes, he was still there. And I think further on, he started, but he not there. And we were waiting for the trainers to say something, and the trainers just let it happen, and it was off on video. So we were like, so afraid, we didn't know what to do, and he was, I think he was already eating big. So we were all like shouting, go get the, you know, go get the ladder, and then we ran get the ladder, and then we actually tried to get him down. So we did, but of course we all, you know, got wet in the process. And I think he was really ashamed of it. But we coming down and we say, you know, no, you know, it's all right, it's fine. That, you know, not everything is for everyone. So of course he was thankful and he was happy. But I think it left a mark. But the thing is, what I'm trying to say is that the trainers just let it happen. They didn't jump in, they didn't do anything. And it was all recorded and we brought up to the management to select who are the leaders that will be part of the management program. So basically, it was like the boy, he didn't make it to the management, but they used it as an asset for him to talk about his and how he felt that day, you know. So it was a win-win, even though it seemed like it was a disaster. But this is a point where I would like to share that, you know, not everything that's bad will get is actually
Okay, thank you for that sharing. Yeah, so that is a team building activity. Or game. Team buildings is different, right? Yes, so there's a lot outdoor, and it's always like, okay, overcome your fears. And then, you know, you don't really know. For them, the objective is to overcome your fear of heights, fear of underwater and stuff like that. But sometimes you don't know to what extent the limit of the participant, right? Okay, so good, thanks for sharing. So let's keep in mind what are the best and the worst so that we as trainers, let's not do it lah. Yeah, okay, good. Okay, so game-based learning is active learning whereby there's a lot of movements. The participant will be very involved in him or herself to enhance the learning. It encourages knowledge, new skills, new experiences for the participant. And then also you can do it as you can repeat the game, you know, in certain, you know, sometimes you go beginners level, advanced level, intermediate level. You can do it in your training sessions as well, so that they themselves experience it firsthand. Okay, repetition, failures, some games, then they will fail, but it's okay. You need to acknowledge, debrief, make sure you do the debrief, because what I realized, which I will touch on a lot about debrief later, is I've attended a team building as a facilitator. What happened is one activity finished one game. There's no debrief. So the participants is like, okay, let's run out, let's play game. So they didn't understand why they did the activity, why is the game for, how does the game relate to their work or their real life or their skills that they need to improve, their strengths or weaknesses. So there was a gap there, okay? And okay, so here we have flight simulator. So game-based learning in this history actually started from pilots. The game flight simulators. That's the history. It dated back to this. So imagine from apa tu, like the movie Scully, Tom Hanks, like flight simulators. Yeah. So game-based learning actually originated from the history of flight simulators. Yeah. Okay. So when you use games, you can develop a lot of skills. So it depends on your training subject areas. Is it leadership, problem solving, teamwork, communications? You can incorporate all these elements either on its own or as a combination. You can do that. Okay, so for now with AI and things like that, there's also games, digital and non-digital. But today, due to time constraint, we will do non-digital. Yeah? Okay. Any questions so far? No? Okay, clear? All right. Okay, how do you define a game? Okay, how do you think you define a game? Since we did the quiz about jogging and the Uno, so how do you think you define a game? Can we have some ideas? Loose win factor. Okay, good. Thanks, Nas. Thank you. Rules. Thanks, Pokiang. Anyone else? Okay, let me help you with that. Remember gyro. G-I-R-O. What do you think G stands for? Group, okay. Any other guesses? Goal. It must have a goal, right? Like for example, snake and ladders. What is the goal for snake and ladders? Raja? Do you remember? Oh, okay. Okay. What else? Snake and ladder? What is the goal that you need to achieve? Reach the top, the 100, right? Okay, that's the goal. Good. You need to have incentive. Okay? So for incentives, it's always a motivator. Relationship, like life, Uno, then we have achievements as well, or growth. Okay, like for example, let's say Monopoly. Okay, the achievements, right? You buy the house, and then you can buy the hotel, and then the growth is how many properties you own. Then you calculate how much money you have, right? Okay. R stands for rules. In a game, you must have rules. Activities, you don't need rules, right? So that's the difference. O, what's O? Do you think? Objective? Opponent. Okay, thank you, Saiful. Opponent. Who are your opponents in a game? What about, let's think about Candy Crush. Who's your opponent? Fine, good. Any other game? Who is your opponent? Ada tiga. There's three. Let me help you with that. Time, yourself, and others. You can have either one of this, but there's three of this in a game. Yeah. So activity, you don't have these three. So you can raise against time, yourself, or others. Okay, got that? All right. Okay, where can you use a learning game? Where do you think you can use a learning game? Anybody want to try? Classroom, okay. Indoor, yes. And outdoor, yes. So you can do it for adults. That's just a simple board game, which I was involved in for a company, a corporate company. So they use games for adults and outdoor team building. So the ones that we are familiar with is team building activities lah. Yeah, all right. Yes. Yeah, sure. Okay. Oh, sorry. Okay, this one is designed by the training provider, by the trainers themselves. Yeah.
So that means you, I mean, question out of it, right? You are given this one to design for different clients, or the same game can be used and for
Okay, good. Sharon, right? Yeah, thank you, Sharon, for your question. So you're asking me, this game, is it designed for a particular group, or it's you can use the game, right? Okay, so I will go through later. You have a few options. There are trainers who purchase games, whether overseas or they create their own game. And there are trainers who create their own games. And to purchase games, you can actually purchase locally or abroad. So I'll go through later with you because there's pros and cons in both areas. Does it answer your question, Chef? Yeah? Okay, good. All right, thank you. Yes. Okay. That's okay, yeah. Because that's why you need there's a thing called tee up, which I will go through later. There's a process to do the game. So you can't just like, okay, everyone come, let's play a game. Then the participant will like, huh, what am I supposed to do? How do I start? How do I win? What is the goal? You know, things like that. Yeah? Okay. Any other questions? Yes, Timmy. Okay, that one I will cover later. Okay, good questions. Okay. You are asking if there's any website for you to purchase or for you to use. Oh, okay. Thank you. Thank you for the question. Okay. Yeah, there are a few resources which you can, or a few platforms which you can go to, which I'll share with you later. Yeah, does it answer that? Okay, cool. All right. Okay, who are your participants? So I noticed there's also early childhood, right? You do for early childhood. Anyone do for kids apart from Hannah? Kids, children, okay, okay, for children. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. I have a 5-year-old, so I have one which can be very handsome. Yeah, okay. So yes, for kids, okay. So we do for children, primary school, secondary school. So if you notice, it's just a board like this, which I have it here. Hang on. So we use this from Boggle. Are you familiar with Boggle? Yeah. So we did it in Bahasa to teach orang asli children literacy skills. And we also use it for mathematics, for numeracy skills. So you can design, it's just an A3 paper, or you can use A4 paper. So what I'm trying to do today here is to show you that you can use simple resources like this. It's just a matter of you need to be innovative and creative to create. So this is for children, but you can also do something like this for adults as well. Yeah? Okay, so we will go through. So for youth, we do simulation. We do a lot of simulation. This is a prop table which you can come later to see. We teach financial literacy skills to youth. We use chips. So this is not from Genting, don't worry. Yeah, so we use even this for good habits. Good habits, we use a wheel to teach them how to instill good habits. So we basically it's how you create the game, create the activity, and it's just let me share with you my secret. I just use a simple board only. It's light, which you later can come and feel, touch and feel. It's light, you can easily carry it whenever you are or wherever you go. Because our programs are we go outskirts to reach out to these children. Yeah, so you can come up and of course, ideally we can do like Wheel of Fortune, yeah, that kind of thing. So yeah, but for a start, go simple. Try to just come up with the structure, the concept. Once you refine it and you are very sure that you want to do it for long term, then only you invest more in terms of the materials, the printing, the structure. So this is for adults. This was also a game which they did. Okay. So for any category of participants, you can use game as long as it's age appropriate. and the difficulty level. You must gauge, is it a beginner, intermediate, advanced? Like today, we have 3 different levels. So how do you come up with a game that fits all 3? Okay. Oh, sorry, were you? Oh, that, okay. Okay, so now, as a trainer, what are your thoughts about using games in training? Do you think? And what are your feelings about using games in trainings? So remember you rated yourself initially. Let's say if you were a 2 or 5 or below. So why? What is actually blocking you from designing the games? Yes, please. You can give out the exercise sheets. Yes,
For me, it is for training. For training, I think it's necessary to have games because it's easier to engage with the participants. But what for me is to actually relate the game to the topic itself.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay. So to relate the game to the topic. So maksudnya you have ideas. Okay. Okay. Thank you, Nas. So your question is, you have a training, you have a game that you want to use in your training, but you have difficulties in relating both together. Is that your question? Okay, good, Nas. Thank you. So we will be doing a game based canvas later, so you can go through the steps. Basically, the steps on how you can create your game. You can make it simple or you can make it complicated. That is up to you depending on the level of the participants. So if it's like initially I said if it's more advanced, then maybe you want to put in more challenges, you want to put in more twists and things like that, right? Yeah, so that's what you can do. Does that answer your question? Okay, good, thank you. Any other questions? So why do you think, what are your thoughts in using games? Let's say, okay, let me ask Pushpa, what was your rating? Zero. Okay. Why do you think, what are your thoughts of using, why do you, why don't you use games in your trainings yet?
So I absorb information. I don't take it.
Okay.
So on a personal level, I don't take it. I will do it on my phone, I will do it on my computer. So it's very orthodox to do it now. It doesn't work these days, which is why I'm here.
Okay, good. Okay. Anyone feels the same as Pushpa? Yes.
Sharon, by the way, I don't have any hair, just remember my green color hair. So, by the way, I personally, why my here is simply because I'm a person I can learn a lot of trainings, but for executive level and work, so maybe I found this and startup and things like that. So for me, it's like, I always think that sharing my experiences with them will make them work better because a lot of people want to hear failures and how you pick yourself up and things like that, right? But because I also like learning, so I also attend other people's trainings as well. So I realized, how come they use games which I'm not using and they have their different outcomes which I personally, because when I attend training, I remove my personality out and completely absorb in myself to learn. So when I feel it right, should I put in games or activities in my training as well? So that is the reason why, but also I'm having a dilemma on struggling because executive level and above, right? We don't talk about all these things. Why do we do it? But if you are doing different like executive level and below, right? You talk about experiential and say, I'm really bad, my boss is the one who made it. But I'm here to learn. So you just keep on talking theory to your board. That's the reason why I'm struggling as well as a trainer.
Okay, good. Thank you, Sharon. Anyone else would like to share? Or your feelings? Are you afraid? Okay.
I find that obviously can be critical or entry level doesn't matter. So the idea is basically to hold them together for the 2 days
we come from various background, and people believe most of them are being forced to attend training.
Right.
So you want to see an environment that you still enjoy, right? So normally what I'll do is the game will start from the beginning to the end. It's a very simple game, and I'm just trying to put them together in terms of the attitude. Because I do not want those who don't want to be there to influence those who want to learn. And then they do not respect talking to each other and all that, right? So this is actually very, very important, even at the activity level, even though at the local level. Yeah, because they feel energized. Example, just to share, I think is right. I reward them if they do something good,
Hmm.
right?
Is it through points or yeah?
For example, at the end of the training program, I will declare Mr. So and so has been given this title of Yahabat Muhammad pada Muhammad. So, they like throughout that day, they will collecting points.
Hmm.
So the idea is that the knowledge of share, you know, and also not using the I work, communication,
Okay, good. Thank you. Thank you for sharing. Yes, so that one will also touch a bit about games, gamification. Basically, it's how do you keep them curious and excited. I understand, like, you know, imagine having like managers or higher level senior managers, CEOs. You ask them, huh? I come here and play game. Ah? You serious or not? You're wasting my time. You know, I have so much work, things to approve and look, meetings to attend, and you ask me to come and attend training for games. But how do we customize the game? How do we sell the idea of the value of the game for in your trainings? We will look into that shortly. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Thanks for your thoughts. Really good in sharing. So this is where your tee up is very important. This is where it's called tee up. Okay, when you tee up the game, you explain the game right at the start. How it's played, what is your intention, what are your objectives. So once the participants understand this, it will be easier for them in terms of their attention span. Then only they understand, okay, why am I here? I'm here because, oh, this game wants me to improve my skills, for example, wants me to be a better leader. Okay, leadership also, the topic is very wide. So what specific areas is the game trying to help me to make changes? Okay, that's the first step. Second is to execute the game, to play the game, which we will be doing later. So they will be immersed themselves. They can see the result there and then. Oh, I failed. Oh, I didn't achieve the goal. Oh, due to probably an internal factor which they can control, or probably an external factor, probably a team member made a mistake and then they failed the game. Okay, so it relates. This can relate to sales. This can relate to communication, teamwork, so different areas. Yeah. Okay, and then you have to get them to reflect after the game, not just play games, but you to reflect. So what was your experience? I will be sharing a few debrief models also later so that you can understand the whole process. So this one is just a snapshot of the whole process, which we will go through later because I want you all to experience it today so that you can go back and create your own. Yeah. And then as trainers, like Cheryl mentioned, Rosanne mentioned, connect the dots. You must help them to connect the dots. Because some of them, they are new. You know, certain topics are new to certain stuff, like executive levels, right? So you need to help them to connect the dots. Tell them why and how does it relate to their real life or their work situations. Okay. And lastly, we will review the learning. So basically, why is this game? What is it for? Okay, and then we will discover, probably they'll have some aha moments then itself. So that is the powerful experience that they will get. So example of a learning game which I will share. So remember the board game I shared earlier? Okay, so the name of this board game is Guess My Career. Why I came up with this was because students from B40 communities, especially the secondary school students, we did a survey, and their role models are cleaners, security guards, teachers. So they don't have high ambitions because they see people who are familiar within their surroundings. So we came up with this game, Guess My Career. It's just using simple cards and a board game. The board is here. You can have a look later. Okay. So I use this board inspired by Monopoly. Okay, you can have a look later. And then I use tokens. I use laminated cards. So I will go through with you how I set up the game, yeah? Then when you come here and you see the props, then it will make more sense to you. Okay, so this is the tee up notes. So remember the stage A, tee up. The tee up notes is very important because in the event that you have more than one trainer or your co-trainer or your facilitators who are helping you in running the game, so they will have to read through and understand the game. So it has the introduction, objectives, instructions, rules, learning outcome. So you need to prepare all this beforehand. Okay? Okay. So for the cards, I have C, R, and P. C is for career. For example, football player. That's a career. The role is to play football. Place is where? Where do they play football? At the field. So it's a game whereby they throw dice. It's a Monopoly inspired, but they have to match the three cards together to have a match. Okay? And to make it a bit more interesting, not just that to have a match, they will have to write down their sets. So for example, earlier I said, okay, they write their name there, let's say Rosaini, career football player, footballer, role play football, place is field. So they learn something. It's also relating to English as well. Okay, so English and type of occupations. Okay. Any questions so far? No? All good? I mean, everyone's waiting for the second part, right? Like how to design. Yes, Sharon.
It might not relate to the youth.
Okay.
The question is like, if let's say again, certain people have their own ego, you know. So when you ask them to join the game, it's like, yo, I'm with the group of my executive, my BD has been learning for a week. I'm the CEO, you want to play game with them, it's like, how? And then you see the girl showing like that, you know. So how are you going to overcome this as a trainer to get them involved, you know? You cannot say you want to know, right? So how?
Okay, good question, Sharon. Thank you for that. So you're asking like if they have ego in the game, in a group, in a training group. Okay. So let me ask you, imagine, let's say we are all employees. Imagine, right? And you have your boss, your immediate boss in the same group with you. And a game can be very competitive. Do you beat your boss or do you let your boss win? That is another question that we want to. Okay, what are your thoughts? Let's hear from anyone who has played games before. It'd be very interesting to know. Any? You beat boss. Lepas tu nanti tolak gaji. Nanti appraisal tolak gaji. I have the answer, but I want to hear from you first. Okay, good. Okay, so you don't mind, you want to play the game and beat the boss. Dalam hati dia macam, ini malah dendam ni, this is my chance. Okay, what about group 3? Any thoughts? Do you beat the boss or do you let the boss win? Or even if like, let's say for example, you have your MD who sits with you. Yes, Latif.
Let me share what I do normally, right? One of the cases that I say, I talk about negative attitude. So I can tell the whole class what you don't like. Everything must share something. So what the whole meeting of figures of the prayer, right? I will be going back to that time of explanation. If anything happens in the room, that's why I say the boss and whoever the senior people do not want to participate because I'm so big a person who actually together with you guys and with you, right? So I will do that and remember our negative attitude to this side. So that's how I hold them for that 2 years. So one of the earlier days, I will bring up a people of negative energy that we have, and we share it with everyone. Then whenever they start diabetes, I'll go back to that. Guys, you do not want to have this, all of us go like this, and because like that, because they're all adults, right? You cannot say you're wrong. But it's very something.
Okay, thank you, Latif. Anyone else with other thoughts? Raja, do you have any thoughts? Be the boss. Oh, he wants to be the boss. Okay, good. Anyone else? Boss is talking or not?
Very fun, very faithful, so we can stay around together. But the MD, no, we will.
No nonsense.
It depends.
Okay, so to answer Sharon's question is the tee up is very important because you will say that this is only a game. But this game will, because before you do the trainings, you already meet certain HR people, right, to understand their training needs and things like that. So while you're doing the training, so you link it back to the training objectives, the learning outcomes. So in the tee up, you will have to say, okay, this game, the purpose is this, we want to achieve this. So yes, there will be some bosses who will be very receptive, some who's very acceptive. So different people with different behaviors. So the trainer will have to take control and have to have a chat with the boss or the team. But also you will have to encourage to teamwork. Teamwork, boss. That kind of thing. So basically, you will have to encourage your participants lah. So you link it back to the objective, to your training, your initial tee up. So you just say this is a game, and we will. So I will do it later tee up so that you can understand how you can at least link it. So so that and another thing is when you say okay, the boss is a bit ego and stuff like that. So at the beginning of your training, your icebreaker, your opening, your how you present your slides, the structure and things like that has to already pull the attention of that particular person. That's how I feel. So that you feel that you don't feel like throughout because you don't start your training with a game, right? You try to do other things first, then only you go with the game in between. So by then, the person has to be a bit relaxed. So your icebreaker, maybe they are participants from the same company, for example, they only know each other. So how do you do the icebreaker so that they can warm up to each other? They are basically open to the learning of your training. Does that answer your question? Yeah, sure. Okay.
One training, which is a very tricky topic, that digital transformation for company, right? That's my background impact. So that group of people are midway, they don't have bosses, don't have the role and they don't even want to show. So I like that session because they're very naked, they're very honest. Why they can't change is because the top management doesn't change. All of them really is down there, I wonder if one of the top management to sit inside the same building. I think the result will be different. The honesty will be very different. How do you overcome this? I definitely see that there will be a change of answer if any one of the board will see it in the training.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So you want to change behaviors, especially from the top management, right? Is that your question? Okay. Oh, okay. So they won't be honest if they. Okay. So maybe you can. We will share that answer later because maybe once you create the game and then we'll see which elements you can put in. Okay. All right. Any other questions so far? Apart from how to tackle top management. Yes, Ellen, go ahead. Okay. Yes.
It's very, very important. But especially now, there is a pre-meeting to even to the training itself. We need to understand each and every of the direction that is going to participate in the part. In particular, the ability. I can know about one particular person. In actual case, in our really my own law. The only thing we Dharma in the past. Okay, this is a true statement. We were like, the game was open because we had participants to be considered. So what we learn here is that we almost take it outside the classroom, let's say this is in-house training. You have to deal with this even before the class. And the TF has to be done before the class. Then you understand why exactly what we do is bringing the forwarding. If the forwarding of the company, for example, Steamboat, I like that. You have to tell them, let's say we ourselves executive, we don't demonstrate that in the classroom. How are we going to implement the entire thing?
Correct.
So that actually for me finally my house and the aggregate. And so this is in-house and company, but the company is very, very good. So the thing has become very.
Yes, correct. Okay, thank you, Alan. Does that answer your question, Sharon? Yeah, okay. So maybe we will go through later the canvas, and then you will understand better on the game on how to customize it and tackle. But yes, certain participants who may be very challenging, but how do we deal with that? And then even in a game, sometimes there's some people who don't want to, like you said, dumb, but there's some people who don't want to lose, like sore loser kind of thing. So they lose face and things like that. So how do we deal with that? That will be a discussion later, yeah? Okay. Now is time for a break. What we will do is, before we go for a break, let's have a photo session. And then you can help yourself with some refreshments at the back. Yeah. Let's arrange a photo session. Ya, macam hari tu lah. Thanks. How many? 9. Okay, 9. 9 kot. Boleh pakai tripod tu ke? Pakai phone Nisha ke? 9 lah. Okay. And what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, okay. Thank you. Dah cukup? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 kot. Oh, because the table there. Oh, okay. Come. Can slowly. Okay. Thank you. Sudah. One more chair. Okay, sekejap. Okay. Welcome everyone. Let's go. Okay, come. Hi, Nolina.
Sorry, I bawa. Okay. I had to call I don't go.
Oh, sorry. Oh, okay, no worries. Come. Sit up. Come. Come. Should I use the tripod? Don't want. Oh, okay. Come. Sini. Nick, come. Join me. Come, actually. Lie. Come. Have a seat. Boleh, can. Okay. Need to go to the depan seat. Kan tak? Boleh tak? Maybe you can slant macam Okay, muat tak? Oh, okay. Okay. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Sure, okay. Oh, boleh tolong? Hazim tu. The first one. Come. Saiful. Stella. Wait for Stella. Boleh? Ya. Boleh. Anyone? Come, Stella. Come, join us. Ah, okay. Jensen masuk. Boleh? Hai. Jensen masuk. Okay. Okay, thank you. Come, let's have refreshments. Okay. Okay, come. Okay. Well, thank you. Thank you, Yona. I repeat more. Itu lah, siapa tak dapat. Sharon, don't know. What's it about? Oh, Jana. Okay.
Ada seorang bapak dah bayar, so adik ibu dah bayar, so nak duit.
Oh.
So for this two person,
Oh, okay. Okay, never mind. Can we will check after the picture. Yeah. So these are the cards that you can just open and play around with. Let me leave that. No, but you can do. I will choose card for adults also.
SHARON.
Sharon, yeah.
Sharon without the soap.
Without the stone. With the stone, Okay, hi. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Actually, editing and how actually make it interesting because it's very lengthy and very visual.
Betul. So I noticed a lot of trainings where SDG pakai experience one, and then I'll show you exactly. Then maybe we can chat again after that how we can customize it for you. So we do SDG for who? Okay.
I'm from a different NGO.
Okay.
Because understand and also for the conduct.
Okay. Correct. Okay. Then we will see how. Boleh? Because it's basically how you customize. Kan? Okay, boleh. Dah. Joanna. Oh, sorry. I need to look for. Now you can start to prepare this. Wait, I'm trying to solve this up. Okay, clear. Yo, nasi balang pada untuk berlaku pada Ellen nanti. Boleh laku. Kita dengan dia juga. Okay. Kalau ada gyro, saya nampak lah. Saya pun lah jawab. Saya pun dah tahu dah siapa ni. Daripada I blast in the ICPT one, and then I blast in CTT. Kan I buat tu dengan J lah. So I just blast dalam tu je lah. So tu kan. I was thinking, itulah insyaAllah boleh. Actually I dapat boleh lah sekali. Boleh lah. Aku nak cari. Boleh lah. Sebab I request buat kat Penang dengan Johor tau. Kalau buat seorang-seorang, like now it's okay sebab school program. Kita boleh full train lah.
I also say my opinion.
Kan.
Kan, dibesarkan lagi.
Besok I tak pergi tau.
Dah.
Aku tak layu. Very different. Yeah. Mm.
Okay, shall we start? Please take your seats. This is going into phase 2, more interesting. Okay, you agree? Okay, now we shall explore some games. Okay, that's what we are here for today. Misha, Ruha, can you please remove the stationery boxes?
We don't need that because yeah, it might take some space. Okay, just be careful with your drinks. Okay, settle down. Let's settle down. Okay, are you familiar with this? Jenga. Okay, everyone's familiar with Jenga. Okay, so that's 5, 4. Yeah, we're playing Jenga. Are we playing Jenga? That's the question to ask. Okay, before that, let's form groups first. Saiful, do you mind joining Latif's group? This one? Okay, 5. Hokian, do you mind joining here? Raja, do you mind joining this group? Okay. So we have 4 groups. Sorry? Oh, Ellen, yes, Ellen. Okay, how many here? 5. Okay, Ellen. No, can grab a chair, yeah. Okay, come. Okay. Ellen, do you mind joining this group as well? Yeah, it's okay. Yeah. Just for a while, just for the group. Yeah, just for the group. Okay. Okay. So why I purposely do that is also I can actually encourage people from other groups to work with other groups. Yeah. So instead of just stick to your same group, so you can move your participants around. Okay. So 1, 2, 3, 4. So group 1, group 2, group 3, last group 4. Group 5. Okay. Sekejap. Okay. Buka je sebab I dah tulis kat situ dekat. Okay, thank you. Alright. Okay, now Appoint a leader. Okay, hang on. Let me just see. Okay, appoint a leader. But this time we won't do the hands in the air. So you just appoint a leader randomly. Okay, within your group. Silakan. Yeah. That was fun. Okay, can appoint a leader. Yes, nak tu. Okay, all. Okay, all the leader. Okay, good. Okay, can the leader please come to the front and collect a Jenga set, please? Okay. All right. Take it out. Okay, take it out. Okay. Okay, can you tetap. Dah, tetap dah. Okay. Okay, wait. Dia kena suspense sikit. Alright, cantik. Good. Okay, so knowing me, if you know me, Jenga semua dah tahu kan? Boring lah. You can add a twist. Okay? So, what's the twist? It's not Jenga. Okay? But we are using the Jenga block. Okay? So, this is how you can create curiosity in your games lah. What are we going to do? Round 1. Okay, listen carefully. So, this is the tee up. Alright? Spread the Jenga blocks on your table. Okay, so smash it. Yeah, can. Majum. Chinese New Year, Majum. You know what I discovered? I can see a lot of female child coming out already. Right? Okay. Done? Alright. As a team, okay, build the tallest tower in 1 minute. Okay, Misha, timekeeper. Later, when I say go, Misha will time. Okay? Okay. How you do it, it's entirely up to you. Alright? If your tower falls, your team is out of the game. Okay? Okay, sorry. Okay, hang on. Hang on. Okay, put all together first. Okay. Chill. We also excited. Macam budak-budak kecil. Okay. So if the tower falls, any of one block falls, means your team is out of the game. Okay? In the one within the 1 minute. Okay? Alright. The team who succeeds will get 50 points. Okay, so there's 1, 2, 3, team 4. Okay? Yeah, 1 minute, let's try. So I have here, alamak saja. Okay, so there's 2 rounds. So we do round 1 first. Okay, before we play the game, okay, that's why you all are here. Let's look at gyro. What's gyro? What's G? What's the goal? Yeah. Okay, good. I, incentive. Okay, good. Rules. No. Then you're out of the game. So you understand the structure, right? So later when your opponents, the first one will be What's the opponent in the first round? Time. Time. Very few. Time. Okay? 1 minute. Okay. Are you ready? Okay, hands. Don't touch the blocks yet. Okay. Are you ready? Sorry, the blocks has to be spread out first. Sabar, sabar, sabar. Let the name. Okay. Ready? Okay. Your time starts now. Go. Please check ya, Fasis, kalau ada yang jatuh, one block jatuh, stop ah. Five people. How much time do we have? 10 seconds left. Okay, stop. Kalau pelanggan okay, leader of each table, can you go to each table and check? Okay, leader. Leader, go to the each table to see, and you yourself help to assess which is the tallest. Alright. Okay. Dah tengok semua. Okay. Okay, good. So team 1, Hazim, Anuha, do you mind? Yeah. Like 50 points. I think okay. All right. Okay, let's give a hand to group 1. Okay, now let's go to round 2. Okay. Remember repetition that I spoke about? Okay. Okay, wait. Later we will debrief. Okay, round 2. Spread out the Jenga blocks again. Okay, as a team, build the tallest tower in 3 minutes. Okay? So the difference can. So you're really giving a second chance, a second opportunity to the other teams who didn't make it in the first round. So yeah, so in terms of designing the game, you're actually giving another chance because you want them to be self-aware, right, on their improvement and skills and all. Okay, all right. So if the tower falls, you can rebuild. So you're giving a bit of more leniency because you want them to learn. It's not an exam, it's not a test, right? So you want them to. So this is relating to growth mindset. So they can actually do it again. So if the team succeeds, you get 50 points. Okay, so if the team ada yang dapat similar, then we must measure lah. Right? Are you ready? Are you, yes? Okay, we have 3 minutes. We have 3 minutes. No. Within the 3 minutes. Yeah. Okay? Okay? Are you ready? Are you ready? Padanya? Ready? Okay. Timekeeper? Alright. 1, 2, 3, go. Di belakang. Kan? Menarik kan? Oh, look at that. Wow, pocong. Be careful, ah. Azim, now you see adult punya lain, from kids punya. Oh, 1 minute left. Be careful. Azim, ambil dia tengah berdiri. Azim, ambil dari sini. Ambil dari sini, dia tengah berdiri. Timekeeper. Timekeeper. 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Stop. Okay, stop. Okay, look around. Look around. Look around. Okay. Okay, ambil gambar sila. Group 3. Okay. Okay, ambil gambar. Sampai chair. Jangan. Alright. Okay. Okay. Alright. All done. Ambil gambar semua dah. Okay. So, ke mana ni? Tiba-tiba ada Twin Tower kat belakang, TRS kat belakang tu. Ada. Okay. Alright. Okay, you can bring down your Nuha and And now like bring it down, and then you can just pass it to Nuha. Hazim will help you to put it away. No need to put in the box. No need to put in the box. Yeah, they will help. Yeah. Just put all in the box and then in the basket. Yeah. Ya, kalau nak masuk box tu lama sangat. So, just, okay. Just sweep it in. Okay, we can go back to your initial places. Okay, so, tapi tak apa, later we will sort it out, don't worry. Don't worry. Buat games memang macam ni. Kalau dengan budak-budak lagi lah susah. They will be excited playing. But someone told me, I had an interesting conversation with me during the break. Stella, she does training for secondary kids, secondary students. And her question was, when does the game stop? You know, when you play with young people, they say, "Nak main game je." So where does the learning come in? When do you stop the game? So we will go through. So basically, it's the TR and the debrief. You have to take control with the participants, and with kids. Memang sometimes you must use a whistle. Sometimes you must use other things to distract their. So sometimes you have to distract them to gain their attention. Okay. Okay. Let's do a debrief. Group 1 had 50. Group 3 had 50. Got 50 points. Let's give a hand to group 3. Okay. We celebrate their achievement. Okay. Let's debrief. This group. How did you feel in the first round when everyone else had a taller, higher tower than yours? Okay. And then with the second round put in place, how did that make you feel?
I've been given second chance.
Given second chance, second life. Okay, good. Okay. Anyone else? By doing the second round. Because sometimes if you do the first round and then that's it, right? And then you do a debrief, then the participant feel, oh, I failed. Kan? So, but if you put in place a second round, it could be a repetition, but you change the level of difficulty, the time. So that's how you can create a game to make it more. So that at the end of the day, they manage to at least, to make it better, improve than their initial level. Right? Anyone else would like to share your difference between first and second? Yes? More confident, okay? So you strategize? Yeah, you strategize, right? Because I remember Jana, can we discuss first? Because maybe the first time they look at discuss, you might biasa je, right? Yeah, okay. So you see, you recall, you reflect, and then you realize, oh, the first round didn't work because of this. Then the second round, or maybe you already saw how the other team did, and then you think it through better. Yes, Nas? Pressure. What do you mean? Okay. So you have to like menang lagi. Okay, pressure. Okay, yeah, competitive. That's why I say the competitiveness will kick in. Any other answers? How was your experience in the first and the second round? Okay. Yeah. Yes, Pokia.
The change of the rules, like second round, when it's correct, we can review again. That give us more willing to try. We just try to explore. If anything, or let we can view again.
Right.
So really encourage.
So the rules change, right? So you can customize the rules based on your training, how you want it to be, or how like you want to test this. An aha moment. So thank you, Pokia, for that. Okay. What areas can you use, let's say, in this game?
This was my question in my mind just now while playing.
Okay, good. Sharon? Okay, Sharon had the mind. What area? Teamwork? Anything else? Leadership? Sorry? Critical thinking? Communication? I actually had another game, self-confidence. I actually had another game, but due to time constraints, I had to take it out. That one is about communication, where you cannot talk at all. You need to show sign language. You need to really do it. Yes. And the game involves you only need to use one hand. You cannot use two hands. So 5 of you, you use your dominant hand to do the task. So it leads to communication. So sometimes you appreciate communication, you know, when you won't be able to talk, you won't be able to get things done. So that's how you relate to real life, real situations, work situations. Okay, anything else? Critical thinking, problem solving, right? Innovation, creativity. How creative, you had different, you didn't have a tower that's similar, you had all different semua dah jadi arkitek tiba-tiba, TRX semua naik, okay, alright, yeah, okay. This is another part where a lot of people get confused between a game versus gamification. What is a gamification? Okay, so again, you know, gyro, goal, incentive, rules and opponents. What about gamification? Latif touched a bit early about it earlier on. What do you think a gamification is? Do you have any idea? Yes, thank you very much, Lynn. This is gamification. This is why I put it up here. If you all can see, you include points, like Latif mentioned. How do you retain participants in a game for 2 days? So you include points, reward system. Okay. So a game I won't go into because I really discussed this, is about the person, the participant experiencing it himself or herself. But gamification, like what Lee mentioned, is it incorporates ideas. You can put in points, you can put in rewards, you can put in punishment, you can put in macam-macam you can do, as long as it's like then you can see, oh, which team is ahead, which person or participant is ahead, is the participant fulfilling all the requirements that you have set out. Okay, okay, so you can have points mentioned or even achievements, stars. You know, you can give your participants some stars, badges for them to wear, or stickers. You can use stickers. Although they are adults, you can still use stickers for them to collect as many stickers in a card. Or so it has a leaderboard. Okay, so the leaderboard will show lah siapa dulu, like similar to this lah. So this is exactly the example which I want to show. Okay, so this is gamification. So you can include gamification in your game, but it is only you can do points in a 1 day training, but it's better if you can do it in a longer term. Like for example, we do sessions for the young people, 15 sessions. So we include the points so that, oh, you know, I'll be motivated to perform my best, to do my best, to try my best to achieve things, right? And I know some people, they give rewards like this is the kids lah. They give like erasers, you know, those small items. But sometimes even for executives, if you go to like the $2 shop, you can get a lot of nice, cute, cheap notepads and stuff like that. They really appreciate it. At the end of the day, it's not the gift, you know. It's about winning it. It's about, you know, like achieving it, achieving something in front of your peers. Like, wow, aku dapat ni lah, terus. You know, that kind of thing, yeah? So it's more of creating the high, the engagement, the excitement. So for gamification, it's more for user engagement, for them to know. Yes, Pushpa. Okay.
Although this applies to adults as well. What about the person who feels very bad because it didn't do?
Okay.
The people who feel that, oh, I'm so stupid, oh, I'm slower than everybody else, and then they get embarrassed. How do you deal with that?
Okay, so for young people, when we do that, we during the session we will still encourage the others to come on, participate, show your best. It's okay to try, and another thing is that this relates very well to growth mindset. When you talk about game thinking, growth mindset, sometimes it's not about the group that has to, example, the group that has to achieve 50 points. Like that's why I straight away came to this group. Why? Because I saw their progress, right? So it's a matter of the trainer to acknowledge that they have progressed. They didn't win, they didn't reach the goal, but they did progress. So you have to celebrate their progress and acknowledge that they did something. That's why if you notice immediately I came to this table because in the first round they were the lowest, but the second round they did achieve something, although they didn't get the points, but they did achieve something. So as a trainer, I feel that whether it's a young person or an adult, an executive level, we must acknowledge progress because I feel that we don't acknowledge progress even at work, right? It's always about KPI, making KPI. Even the person has advanced or progressed a little bit as a boss or a manager, because I've held positions, manager positions before, and I will always mentor my staff. You did well. Maybe what about, you coach or you mentor your staff in your organization or in your department? Because I feel that for us, we don't want them to feel like what you mentioned, loser. I feel small. I'm useless. Oh, this A has performed so well. I'm B, so I didn't do well. So that's it lah. That's it for me. So because of productivity, it will affect mentally, will affect the person emotionally. So how do you still keep motivating that person at the work setting, right? So I do that with my previous colleagues. That's why sometimes they feel that, I will have comments like, hey, why are you so nice to your staff? I'm like, huh? From managers level, why are you so nice to your staff? Huh? You're not nice to your staff then? What? Because some people feel that I have to be authoritative to show my power, to show my role, to show my position so that my staff will listen to me. I feel that you need to show empathy, you need to talk. Then when your staff has problems, sometimes my staff will come and tell me, that's happening, this is happening, not to gossip, but it's more to be aware of what's going on. I'll be like, oh, okay lah. Then I'll take note and I just listen to the information. So sometimes the information will help me in my certain decision making. So like you need to be a friend, but at the same time be the boss of the staff, right? So I think mentoring, coaching, even like as a trainer, you also have to mentor and coach, although it's a training, the participants as well, right? So that they feel good at the end of the day, they walk out here, they feel good, they feel that, hey, actually I achieved something. Imagine they feel lousy and they leave their training like, oh yeah, lousy like that training makes me feel so, it makes me feel worse, doesn't make me feel productive at all, right? Okay, so does that answer your question, Pushpa? Yeah, okay, thank you. Okay, so tee up, I spoke a lot about tee up. Demonstration, okay, sometimes you can do a mini demonstration to show them first, okay, this is how you can start the game or do the game so that they roughly know how. So later, this demonstration always happens when it's more of a complicated game. Later, there'll be a slightly complicated lah. So we will go through that. And then debrief. Debrief, we spoke about it, but I will go into deeper. So you link it back to learning. Like Stella, you can link it back to your learning for your students, right? So the debrief, the tee up is very important for you to set the scene, set the stage, and then debrief is more of linking back, connect the dots. Okay, tee up notes. You can, for a game, you can think how many packs I want to do. So you have to think already beforehand. How many participants in total? how many groups you want to group them into. So is it a group activity, a game, or an individual game? You have to decide. And the duration, is it 1 minute, half an hour, 15 minutes? How do you want it to do it? Props, materials. Okay, you can use any materials, even soft toys. I find soft toys are very useful, not just for kids, but also for adults. You can say like, okay, this is something. You know, imagine this is something. So you can make them think of something, and then you create that in you design that in your game. Okay. Overview, basically, what is the overview of your game? The learning outcome. You must have that as well. Okay, this learning outcome is to develop problem-solving skills, communication skills. Sequence instructions, so you have to detail that lah. So this is basically just a snapshot. It can be a bit lengthy. The tone and the energy, you want them to move around, you want them to sit down, you have to imagine, because you are the designer of the game. You have to imagine first to create the game. Okay? Observation, debrief points, and then the safety notes, like just now, Pokemon was standing up on the chair and stuff like that. So you just have to make sure that, you know, safety is in accordance. Okay? All right, taken the photo, all good, okay? Okay, now let's go into debrief. So you already tee up the game, explain about the game, everyone's familiar, what's going on. Let's go into a debrief. So a debrief is very important as well, like tee up. Okay? So debrief originally was from military. After a mission, they go for perang, then they come back, okay, they do a debrief. So this is the historical of it. Why it's called debrief. So in trainings, they use the term debrief. So from a social mission, what was successful, what didn't succeed, what happened, they will ask questions, they will basically diagnose the whole mission and things like that. So this is the origin of debrief. Yeah? Okay. Okay, so now basically debrief is data which you have within your participants. How do you link it to the knowledge or the theory that's in your training? Okay, so you can assess a question after you completed the mission. Like for example, to the tower. Okay, I can probe further, but I didn't because due to time constraints, I can ask, okay, why do you think your tower wasn't high enough compared to the others? Okay, so you can probe in your game. What do you think you went wrong? Like for example, here the first thing they highlighted was the first round they didn't strategize, they didn't discuss, and then the second round they did better because they strategized, they discussed. So in your game, in your training, you can do that as well. You ask the participants, let them review their learning, their experiences. Okay, so you conclude debrief will also help you to conclude the simulation experience and link it back to the learning objectives, and then from the learning objectives you link back to their real life situations. Always link back to their real life situations. How can they apply actually in real life or in their workplace? Because otherwise it's like, oh, I just come here, I play, and then I finish, I go home. Then, you know, no changes will happen, or even self-realization, self-awareness will not happen. Okay, so when do you debrief? When do you think you can debrief? After the games, okay? Anything else? It's very subjective. You can actually debrief in the middle of the game, at the end of the game, or every end of each round. It's up to you. It's based on your learning objectives and what you want to highlight in their learning experience. Okay, so there's no fixed rule on this. So it's up to you. Okay. Okay, why do you debrief? Why do you think you debrief? I think I covered quite a lot of this. Yeah, their learning, their experiences, right? Okay, so it's for reflection. Reflection is always very important because they reflect balik. Oh yeah, oh, I should have done this, I should have, because there's no reflection, then they don't realize that they're doing anything wrong. They don't realize that there's something wrong, right? They'll just do it and just continue as the way it is. Understand their consequences and identify if there are any blind spots. If you can highlight any blind spots in your training, that would be very great, right? Because otherwise they wouldn't know, their bosses wouldn't know, their managers wouldn't know. So that's why the purpose of the training is to highlight that. Exploration for participants to explore different things, different learning experiences. Oh, I can actually do this in different ways. You know, things like that. Because it's always, you know, when they are at work, they are very routine, right? Things are just going on and on and on. Pergi kerja, balik kerja, pergi kerja, balik kerja. So at least you're giving them a space to explore and connect. This is always an important note. Always connect the simulation experience in the training to their real world situations. And lastly, how do you bridge the gap between theory and practical? Sometimes certain trainings is always very lecture, right? You give a lot of notes, you give a lot of information, it's always very one-way information. But how do you bridge it to the practical of what they do, of what they have experienced? So that is the role of the trainer to do that. Okay, done? Okay, boleh? Okay, so benefits for the participants, I've mentioned a few of this already. I think some of this may be familiar to those who have experience in training, experiential learning, self-discovery. Give them meaning in their learning. So sometimes, otherwise, if there's no meaning, it'll be very difficult, it'll be very challenging, right? They can learn from others, like just now, okay, they saw the other table. Oh, dia buat begini rupanya. Okay, okay, okay. So kita pun buat macam ni. So it's a place for us to, it's a safe space for us to learn from one another. Trigger aha moments. Retention, once you do, you can remember better. There's a research on that, right? Closures, manage emotions, like we discussed, Pushpa, like, you know, if they don't do it well, they fail, then what happens? How do we, so it's basically relating it back to but you must address, if you see, it's also about observation. If you see that something's not right, some participants, they are struggling, like for example, Rosani's initial example, the team building one, right? So you must quickly, otherwise the person will be scarred for life. Can you imagine, right? So you have to quickly do some damage control and just validation. Oh, I can do this. Oh, I can do that. Oh, actually, this can be done. So they might think that, this cannot be done lah. I come to this training, it's just a waste of time. But when they see it, oh, actually it can be done this way. You know, these kind of things. When you do in your training, your materials you use, you know, your modules and stuff like that. So it's different structures, different ways, different strategies, different techniques. So sometimes it's validation for them also. Oh, okay, then only they'll follow. So some trainings, they do simulation and there's a follow up, right? Like they have handbooks and stuff like that, which they need to actually do it in real life. Okay, style of debriefing. Solo journaling, you can actually encourage participants, like, you know, like to journal, to reflect, to write down so that they can remember better. Or you can ask them questions, guided questions. Like, okay, so how was your experience? What do you think you could have done better? That relates to your intended learning. How do you think what you did to create better teamwork or better problem solving? How could you solve it better? You know, the problem better kind of thing. So you ask them, but you can preset all these guided questions beforehand. And open sharing, like what I did just now. Latif shared, Ellen shared, Sharon asked the question. So you open the floor, right? Because sometimes when we do trainings, especially in-house, right? Sometimes the departments, they work in silos, right? So this department HR in HR's world, finance in finance world, top management also don't know what's happening at the bottom. So when you create a safe environment and then they can share. Sometimes actually top management will be quite surprised to hear certain things like, but if you have to tell them that, okay, this is a safe space, we want to improve, that's why we are all here today. So you already set that expectation, then people will open up and will share. Otherwise, then the other staff, especially the exec level, they are scared lah. If I share nothing, my appraisal won't look good, right? And then nanti gaji kena potong, I kena blacklist. Those things are very common, and especially when those are when people with higher authorities, then the people below. I've had worked with people who yes, 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 yes. They are so afraid to speak up because they feel that if they speak up, their position will be jeopardized, their promotion will be jeopardized, and things like that. For me, speak up, but you don't be rude. You talk, you express how you feel, you express your challenges, share your challenges, then at least other people will understand what you go through. Maybe the processes doesn't work for you. So maybe certain things need to change. Maybe it's not a people problem. Maybe it's a process problem. But if you don't sit down and share and discuss, and I've also been in situations whereby trainings are done intentionally to change the mindsets of employees who have been in the workplace for many years, for decades. Kan, the most popular thing is, why would you change something if it's not broken? But hello, we are in different technology, we are in different mindset, different generation coming in to work with us in a multi-generational organization. So certain things you need to change. So it's like, oh, tak payahlah, it's the same, just buat je, ikut je, follow je. The productivity and then the acceptance of the younger generation is very different. So it can be very challenging sometimes. So when you have open sharing, you get the younger generation, younger staff to speak up. Then only you know, oh, tu rupanya masalah dorang. Okay? So skills in your debrief, what skills do you need? Listen to them, be curious, be attentive, be interested to know what their problems are. You can inquire, okay, what if you do this? What if you don't do this? You know, you give them some thought-provoking questions. You put the picture. Okay, imagine this happens. Imagine your customer comes to you and blah, 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 blah. Then you can create a scenario for them, paint a picture for them. Build a connection, synthesizing, connect the learning to real life. I think I touched this a lot. Build a connection between their learning and the practical applications. And you observe your participants in the debrief. Are there anyone that feels negative energy, the body language is not so positive, something's not right? Participant, or maybe can have a casual conversation at the side. You know, you don't like demand the person. Ask, you know, is anything okay with you? Did you experience anything with that activity or with the game earlier? Is anything bothering you? Or maybe tiba-tiba the person dapat a text message that's troubling the person. It's not even relating to your training or to your game, right? It's just a personal problem or a work problem kind of thing. So you can just talk to the person. Okay, energy level, yes, reaction, conversations, different roles. Different roles is interesting, especially when we are not in the same level together. There are different levels like manager, senior manager, all together on the table. I remember I had a training and sana duduk dengan bos. Semua try kawan je kan. Bos sana. All the managers makan sana. Makan pun manager satu meja. Exec semua another level. There's no integration. They want to mix around because they know they'll be very awkward. And then the boss will ask them weird questions and they have to answer politically correct questions. So it can be a bit challenging lah, right? Okay. Okay, so debriefing models, I'll share 3. All so far, okay? Yeah, okay. So debriefing models, always try and probe their experience, their self, hear, do. Okay? Emotions, how do you feel? Remember the questions I asked you, what are your thoughts, what are your feelings about using games in your training? Maybe you can ask that kind of questions in your training that's related to your topic. How do you feel? Because sometimes when you really express how they feel, that is where you can get a lot of data. Huh? Okay? And then learning. Okay, is this learning useful for you? How do you find it? And then what can you do next? Future. They must be able to take this to apply it so that there's a continuation and things like that. Okay, so that's self. The second model is you can ask questions, 3Fs. What happened? How do you feel? It's relating to feelings, but it's relating to the first model, but it's just developed differently, different model. What can we learn, the findings, and how can we use or apply this? Right? So yeah, either way you can follow, doesn't matter. The third one is asking with 4Ws. What's the result? What went well? What could be improved? And what's next? So for those in ICPT, the 4W is very common, right? Yeah, sure. Please take a photo. Yeah. So what's the result? What went well? What could be improved? What is next? So these are also questions you can ask your participants during the debrief. So if you notice, actually it's quite similar. It's just the approach is a bit different. So you can use whichever that you feel comfortable, right? Okay, exercises, it's quite simple. So I'll just briefly touch exercises. I think exercises, I don't want to spend too much time on this. Exercises is basically for retention. A lot of writing, like for example, I gave you a sheet on its own. Yeah, so that's like an exercise sample where you can give. So it's like loose sheets you can give, or something you can include in your training as an independently on its own for self-reflection, or you want to write down answers. Journaling in your training is very, very, very important for them to journal so that they can actually reflect there and then. They don't have to write like long paragraphs, long answers, just in bullet points, as long as they capture what their learning is like on the spot. They have to do it on the spot. Kalau tak memang lupa lah. By the time they walk out here, I mean for us also, by the time we walk out here, so we forget already. Right? Okay. Okay, this is the best part. Before we go to the game. So game analysis canvas, there is a page in your workbook. Okay, I will pass to, hang on. Okay, this game analysis canvas. Let me see if I have an extra copy. Sekejap. You can use this first. Okay, yeah. I will email a copy to you. Yeah, I will email a copy to you. Yeah. One more. Okay. Oh, for Jana, is it? Okay. Okay. All right. Which page is that? Page. Oh, the last page. Do you mind sharing with Jana? Okay. All right. Okay. Okay. So this is how you create your game. Okay. First, by the title of the game is, what I would like you to do is reflect on your childhood game. You can do snake and ladder. You can do tongkat as a sample. But after that, when you design your game, you can customize it later lah. Okay. The objective of the game. What's the objective of the game? Okay. How do you play the game? The rules. Potential learning derived from this game. Props used in the game. What props do you need? Do you need dice? Do you need letters? Do you need chips, cards? You have to you can think about it. Okay, what skills that you need to have to play this game? Is it problem solving skills, communication skills? What strategy do you use to win this game? Do you need a strategy? Certain things you can put in place. Certain things, if you feel that you want to make it more simple, you don't have to. It's entirely up to you. What was the setup of the game? Is it on a table? Is it on the floor? Is it an empty space? You can check it out. What new skills that you developed playing this game? Okay, are there any new skills that you want your participants to develop? What could delay the win or make the participant lose in the game? So you will have to also figure that out already. Okay, so I will give you some time to just work on it. Hang on, let's see, we've done tee up. Okay, we have 10 minutes. So if you can just go through, if you have any questions, just let me know. Yeah. So tak ada ni. You can make up a new game, but I would encourage you to reflect on your childhood game or game which you're familiar with first, so that you understand, how to go about it. Okay. Short of one. I printed 20 ke 21. I thought it's about one. Oh, okay. Okay, tak apalah. Okay, okay. Thank you. You can try individual, but if you struggle, then you want to do it in a group. Is a discussion. Up to you. Yeah. You can you answer all first because you stretch your understanding. Then later you nak pick and choose is easier. Yeah. So for example, okay, what is the game? Okay, police and thief. Okay, what is the objective of the game? Okay.
Like skills, right? That is a little bit more.
Okay. So skills you need to have to play speed. Any other skills? Strategy.
Yes.
So it's also you put in. You just put in the. Then maybe new skills. Nanti you'll see how you can figure out. Just try first. Yourself?
I'm still thinking.
Okay, just still thinking. So we can do five, yeah. Five. We can do five. We must get someone to join Raja's team. Mm. Until Nell, because Jasmine she has to leave at 12:30. So Nell to sit down and join together. So five. Okay, 3 more minutes. One more minute. Then I will show you a sample so that you can add on to your notes. Okay, time's up. Okay. Okay, I will show you a sample. I will use snake and ladders as a sample so that it's familiar to everyone. You can add on if you want, but it's not just this. You can add on as you go along if you remember of anything. Okay. Okay. So title of the game is Snake and Ladder. So what is the objective? Is to win, to reach 100 first, right? On the board, Snake and Ladder board. So how do you play? So you have to be very detailed in terms of, okay, throw the dice, move the token, follow the numbers in sequence, climb up the ladder, go down the snake. Because when you customize your game, you actually can do anything with your game. You want to follow the numbers, or maybe tiba-tiba your snake and ladder game, you want to don't follow the numbers in sequence, it's up to you. But you have to outline it in the TR. Okay? Potential learning derived from this game tuition. It also teaches that good deeds, you climb up the ladder, you go up. But bad deeds, you're the snake, so you come down. So that kind of thing. Persistence, resilience. Okay? Props used in the game for snake and ladder is a board game. Or you want to use A3 paper, you want to substitute, you can do that. You can put it in a dice, or let's say you want 2 dice, up to you. Tokens, 4 people in a group, so 4 tokens. If you want more, you add the tokens, the numbers. So it's very subjective. One thing I like is you are able to be flexible to create, depending on what is the learning objective, the outcome you want to achieve. Requires skills, thinking, learning, remembering. You remember where you were, and you need to come down and things like that. Strategy, aim for the ladders, avoid the snakes. Mental counting. You know, sometimes before you even throw the dice, you already count. Okay, how many steps I should avoid to avoid the snake, right? So that kind of thing. Set up open space, flat surface. You have to be very, very detailed because you have to explain to the participants what is needed. New skills develop, never give up. We discussed that in our earlier Jenga, not Jenga game. Focus on the goal, accept the outcome. Mistake, certain games, it depends on luck. But in training, we try not to do too many games that depends on luck. It's better they try themselves, they are on their own skills and competencies. And then mistakes, if you keep getting snakes, you selalu turun bawah lah, you always lose, right? So that is the mistake. But you as a trainer, you need to be aware. Otherwise, it's like, tiba-tiba dia main, alamak, bunyi yang macam ni. Then it doesn't look good on you as a trainer, right? So you have to be aware of the outcomes. But this is just in theory. When you design games, you have to test the game as well. Test it with your friends, your family, or you need to test the game because there's just a number of possibilities that could happen. Okay? Any questions so far? So I would prefer, you relate to a game that you're familiar with first. Then when you want to change it, like baking lah, if you're familiar with baking brownies, for example. Then, but when you want to change it, you want to add the red velvet, you want to add some oats, different kind of ingredients, then you can, because you already know the basic, right? The basic recipe of it. Okay, all right. So I would encourage you, if you want to design your game, look at this structure because this is quite comprehensive in terms of coming up. But of course, there'll be different possibilities as well. If you do it like this, let's say if you win, let's say you change the objective of the game, certain things will change as well. So you have to be aware of that. Also discuss with other people. Hey, if I do this, is it okay? Then maybe somebody else. It's better if you can discuss with a trainer who understands. Rather than this is a game, okay, why don't you do something else? Then your train of thought also blurry already, right? So try and do it with people like-minded people where you can, okay, I want to do this game, this is my learning objective, can you help me? So at least you're on the same page with the others, right? Okay, so ways to incorporate games in your training. Sharon asked this question earlier. purchase a game? Do I purchase a game, a standard game, or do I create my own game? Okay, there are two possibilities here. So what do you think? Either or. If for convenience, you'll just purchase a game, right? From internet or yeah. Correct. Good.
Just personal thought.
Yeah, sure. Share.
We are all more experience outside today, like it or not, we are all in a
Correct.
same room. But I think creating your own game is where you would be used. But I think it's a challenge for us. Because sometimes you do, I was looking for this for a long time, it's not here at all. How about I have something in mind, but I'm not rather I think that someone like someone who is sexual, that's one thing that I know.
Okay, good. Any other thoughts? Yes, Jenna.
Okay, I did, class because for when English speaking class and
Okay.
someone to learn to develop yourself. So actually, I did not have any idea what to do. On my way to the venue for the first time, I say, okay, there are three phases. We do drawing according to the theme and also what of the day. So they draw, they express themselves, and then the second phase is they present to others to get so they get to speak in front of others. Okay. And then the third phase is role play. And surprisingly, they love it, and especially the role play. They love the role play. Sometimes they wanted to be you because the class is actually having fun. And I told them, we are not going to be very serious. We are just going to have fun in this class. So they wanted more and more. And I agree with you. If we create our own game, we are not like others. We're from others, and they look for it.
Correct. Role play for adults also works very well, right? Especially like simulations, like in a sales setting, customer service setting, marketing setting, you do role play. I agree with you. I know of a trainer. He's a trainer. He sells games. He creates games. So if you want to customize certain game, he will really come up with a whole board, and it costs 5 figures and above. So he sells these games to training providers. Okay, so that the only thing is, I know of another company which I won't mention names. They bought a game from Japan, ESG related, and they play the games. They got corporate clients. They play the games, but the cons is, if the corporate client has already played your game, why would they want to engage you again to play the same game again? Correct? So that's the cons of it. But for convenience, for if you want to buy a game, you want to use it as an experiment, you want to learn, you can. Of course, due to our exchange rate, if you buy games from abroad, it's more expensive. If you buy local, you can. But also games, they don't sell like simple games like this. They sell really complicated. That's why the price is 5 figures and above. Create your game. I also agree with you. You get to customize. You get to tweak, you get to change, you get to, let's say today you're doing for this, okay, you use this game. And then next week you do for another group. Maybe you want to make it a little different. So you could change the props, you could change the cards, you could change the rules. So you have more flexible in that sense. So for me, I prefer to create my own games. But you can also create a game that becomes a game that kind of value, because at the end of the day, okay. So at the end of the day, like for me, when I did the build your career game, right, for the kids, I realized that I got more projects in terms of, now we are working with the Selangor government to reach out to more schools for more children. So people see the value, like what Sharon mentioned, the value. And it's a game of your own. And even some, if you want to go a step further, you can even IP, your own game later on. Yeah, license it, go to my IPO, and so that's a different level lah. But if you can start from a lower level first, so you focus on one, and then you improvise it until it becomes like a board game of its own, and then you want to license it. That is up to you. Yeah. So that is to answer your question earlier on. This is the one where whether you purchase or you create your own game. There are a lot of card games actually out there, but does it suit your module? That's another question. Right? Okay. So props, there are a lot of props. Some of you came here to see. This is just a few of it. There's extensive. Even colored paper, you can use colored paper as props. Different print out different colors for different cards, different objectives. You can do that. Board, the mounting board, manila card. You can use different things. Soft toys. There's an icebreaker. I participated. They use the icebreaker and they toss it around. So to get the next person to share, like okay, let's say for example, it's a bit they become a bit havoc, like it has to be in a small group. Actually, it was like 40 participants broken up into 4 groups. So 10 person in one group. They stand in a circle. So the icebreaker is I hold, let's say this is the soft toy. So in my circle, I will share, I have the soft toy, so I'll share first. Okay, my name is Marina. I'm from blah, blah, blah. I'm a trainer, blah, blah, blah. Okay, done. Then I toss it to somebody else. Then the second says, okay, I received the toss. Okay, it's my turn to share my name. Da, 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 da. So it's a way to, a different method of ice breaking instead of sitting down and discussing. So it's more of a movement, and but of course we need a bigger space lah. So we have limited space, so I couldn't do that. So you can do that as well. Get people to move around, do it in groups and stuff like that. Okay. Training supplies, you can go to this online. You can go to Shopee to get cheaper cards, picture cards. You can go to this actually trainers website where you can look for resources. So it's up to you what you want to customize them to for it. I know a lot of trainers also go on YouTube, right? When you see, okay, how to do this, da, da, da. Then what I would encourage you is to customize it lah. Jangan copy bulat-bulat, because maybe your participant has already played that or experienced the activity with another trainer before already. So so sometimes what we do is you tell them, okay, if you've experienced this game, maybe you can just show your support and observe. Or sometimes before the game, you ask, okay, any of you have played this game before? Let's say, for example, Jenga. Any of you have played Jenga before? So they put up their hands, right? Then if they have put up their hands, then you say, okay, if you have played this game, I would appreciate if you just be an observer and just show support. You don't want them to kill your game that you already planned for their training, right? So Jenga is just an example, but because sometimes we see games on YouTube, we just adapt and use it. So that's the risk of it. So for certain of this, I'm sure many of you are familiar. Tasima Enterprise, you can get your stationery items. Beacon, a lot of training supplies. Eco Shop, you can get all the cheap stuff you can buy for your training. So the list is endless. It depends on what you want. Mr. DIY is also another place where you can look for a lot of things, not just toys, but even with toys also, not like sometimes Lego. Lego, they even a certified module where they use Lego in trainings. That's also a one way, but that one you have to get a certification now. So Mr. DIY also, yeah, you can get in terms of affordable stuff. So for me, my 5-year-old daughter is like, when she goes to DIY and when I'm looking for things, she'll tell me, oh, Mama, this is for your office children, right? I'm like, yeah. Because for her, this is heaven, right? For a 5-year-old, right? All the toys and everything. So yeah, so that's for her. Okay. Any questions before we say our game? Let's see how much time we have. Okay, just nice. Who you on time? Ayalah. Okay, yes, Saiful. Boleh?
I think it's very good if you have a customized game, because especially if you have a same client but a series for them. But you didn't represent same game to the same user. They have a design game where you have a various set of tools and objectives. So I think it's very good if you have customize your own game. First, the second is be good for your brand. Your brand is good for your positioning yourself as a trainer. I think that's the one thing I would do. Because let's say I got the same client doing the same talk like video thing, they choose me. But banyak lagi ramai lagi orang there, but they want to me because kat them and then they know my value on them.
Correct.
No, instead of doing amazing race or any kind of race later, but we can do some. For me, like we have a CSI team. We do some investigation and so on and go through and that's how we did it.
Okay, good. Thank you, Saiful. Hope that helps. Sharon, is that okay? Yeah? Yeah. So, okay. Any other thoughts between customize and get your own? Memang get your own is easy lah. As long as you have money, your investment, you just buy. But then sustainability of the game, yeah.
I mentioned just now about the game that can be created for the topic, like very factual, like SDG.
Okay.
I seem to think what kind of game that can be done with that kind of topic.
It depends, SDG, what do you want to achieve? Okay, if you want to achieve everything, it's quite challenging in a game. Because how long the duration of the game you need to plan. So, okay, since we are on that note, let me just go through. So for this game, it's a new game. It has never been done before. Okay, so SDG, any of you familiar with SDG, ESG? Okay, familiar? Okay, good. Raja is a pro. Okay. Okay, so environment, social, and governance, for those of you who are not familiar. So for this game, I'm doing the tee up now, okay? So for this game, I want to introduce the 17 Sustainable Development Goals to you and its indicators. Okay, because many people are familiar with the 17 SDGs, but the indicators, they are not familiar. And this is, let me just go through the second slide. Okay, so ESG is more from the corporate lens. How the corporate sees ESG. How the corporate sees SDG. Because SDG is the whole overall, right? The 17 goals, you are familiar. So now from the corporate lens is ESG. So going back to NAS, how do you create a game that covers everything? The answer is impossible. I don't think you can. Okay? Because it needs to have a learning outcome, learning objective, it has to be very specific. So for this game, it's just for you to create awareness, for me to create awareness amongst all of you, and to experience a familiar game. That's why it's called ESG Bingo. So I adapted a familiar game combined with a new game using different easy to use props so that you can have a feel of the props. Okay, so for you, let's say SDG, which SDG goal is it that you want to focus for that particular time? Okay. Hunger, come up with something that relates to the indicators, or what is it that you want people to know about zero hunger? Yeah, it has to zoom into it. You cannot like, okay, something SDG, pening dia. Yeah. But for this one, because it's creating awareness, I will show you an example. Maybe you can adapt to this current game for you to take away. Yeah. Okay. All right with the objectives. Okay. Tee up. This is the tee up. Remember your canvas? Yeah. Okay. Your canvas had the props, right? The prop section. So now here. So in this game, you will have a dice. Oh, mama, SDG card indicator cards hilang. Okay, tak apa, it's a surprise. So SDG cards, indicator cards, we will share with you later. It will be in two different stacks. Tokens will be given to you later. Tokens will be this one, okay? Can use these tokens. Bingo box, we will share with you later. And ESG box. Okay? So benda ni, I beli dekat Kaison je. So you create, because it's still in a development stage. But once you want to do it frequently, then you just go to the printer and get it a proper box out. So now it's a testing stage. So you need to test. How many times do you test? As long as you don't change your rules, you don't change your props, you don't change, about minimum 5 times you should test with different people to see what outcomes come out of it. But make sure you don't change your rules, you don't change anything. Because when you change your rules and everything, that will be different, then you have to test again and stuff like that. Okay? All right. And then there will be this ESG chart for your reference. Okay, so this is not a test, this is not an exam. So it's more for you to experience how to play the game. So this is the PR. So in the training, you need to, excuse me, explain all this. Yeah. So that they are all aware. Okay. Okay. So later, Nuha, Misha will pass you the props. Hang on a second. The board is to be in the middle of your table. This is you can tidy up your table later. Shuffle and distribute 4 SDG cards to each player. Okay? 1 extra SDG card to be placed next to the board, face down. This is just to add some challenge. The indicated cards pile is placed face down next to the board. Each player is assigned to a colored token, 8 pieces each. Okay. So I would encourage you to explain the instructions all first. Then only you give them the props, then only you ask them to do. Otherwise, it'll be very chaotic, right? Then it'll be very hard to, okay, everybody, wait, you know, it'll be very messy. So I would encourage to go through all the instructions and everything first, because you are working with adults, so it's okay. If you're working with children, then that would be a bit step-by-step kind of thing, process. Okay? How to start? Players will roll the dice to see who gets the highest number. The player with the highest number will start. If more than one player rolls a 6, the players will roll again. So we'll decide who gets the name. The highest number will start. Mine? Oh, 5 here. Oh, yeah, 5 here. Okay. Stella, later, do you mind joining the group at the back? So 4 in a group, okay? Yeah, later not apa. Okay. All right. So once you have all the props, this is how you play. You need to form a pair of cards. Okay? The player who starts will draw a card from the indicated pile. So you use the dice only once. Basically, the dice is just to determine who starts first. All right? So you draw the card from the indicator pile. I will show you how an indicator card looks like later. And you need to match with the SDG card. Okay? So SDG cards will have the SDG logos. Right? Okay. Players must show your cards. When you think it's a match, you must show to your other players, because they are your opponents, and tell which category of ESG. Does this pair fall under environment or social or governance? To place in the respective boxes for validation. Okay. The interesting part is other players can refute on the match cards. They say, this is not social, this is environment. If your answer is wrong, so let's say, for example, SDG, okay, you got this quality education, number 4. And total number of students completed their SPM exam in 2024 So that's your indicator card. And then you say it's governance, for example. And then somebody says, no, 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 it's not governance. But you don't give the answer. The opponents don't give the answer. So the person's turn is wrong already, even if you have a match. Because if you have a correct match and it's correct in the correct boxes, then the next step is you have the opportunity to start the bingo game, to place your tokens on the bingo board. Okay, so you must be able to find the correct answers lah, basically. Wait, later I will show, we will go through a demonstration. If the answer is correct, the player can place both cards under the right category, whether the E or S or G box. Okay, if the answer is wrong, then the player ends his or her turn. So this game is a bit long, lengthy, a bit complex. So the tee up is very important for you to be specific. And players can ask the facilitators for questions in terms for answers in terms of, oh, does this cards match? Because here is for you to create awareness, right? If players run out of indicator cards, okay, if there's not enough indicator cards, everyone in the team must collect back the SDG cards in a separate pile, indicators cards in a separate pile, and reshuffle to redraw. Because you need to look for the same combination. Okay, it may be a bit confusing now, but we'll do a demonstration. So how do you win? What is the goal? The goal is for you to be able to match the cards, put in the correct boxes, and start to put your tokens on the bingo board. So the first player to get 4 tokens in a row, either vertically, horizontally, or diagonally, will win the bingo. Okay? So the bingo part is familiar, but it's just the part before that that's not familiar. There'll be additional cards. You can add challenges in your game. For example, miss a turn. Okay? So the person who draw the card from the indicator pile and says miss a turn, you cannot draw an indicator card in your next turn, so you miss a turn. Okay? And impact hero. Let's say you draw a card from the indicator pile and it says impact hero. So you are a hero. You must give your indicator card, whichever that you don't want, to another player, any player. Okay, so it's like you kira macam buang cards lah. So you have that opportunity. Yes, Sarah. Yeah, go ahead. Okay. Okay.
Where a lot of traders are talented,
Okay.
especially like I think the like before this right are like yeah I know.
Okay. No worries.
I
Understand.
how you overcome this?
Okay. So what I will do is I will go through first, and then because you cannot visualize, right? So but I don't want to go through now because it will be
Because some people may get it, some people may not really understand, but for me to do the TR is better for me to explain everything. Yeah. But you can do a S and when. Like, okay, for example, let's say, for example, okay, total number of cards, okay, like this is 70 cards, 34 cards. This one is just the total cards, okay, let's say. Let's say I finish explaining all this already. Basically, it's just to give a number of cards. You can skip this if you want in your training. But for me to do the elaborate I explain to everyone, okay? So you can have this option, with certain how many cards, impact hero how many cards. Okay. So before I go to this, actually, can we have the props, please? You can clear your table. Let's see this away. Clear the table. I know how to clear the table. Okay. Okay. Here you have all the things. Dice. Okay, the bingo cards in the middle. SDG cards. Okay, shuffle. Someone can distribute 8 tokens each. Oh, yeah. Stella, do you want to join? Oh, yeah. It's okay. She got excited. Okay, for the table. Yeah. Okay, the ESG box. And the ESG chart. Okay. You have an option just now to either explain everything or you can do step by step. Whichever you feel your participants is comfortable. Okay? Alright. So Sharon got up a good point. Okay, yeah? Alright. Okay, shuffle that. Shuffle your cards. Yeah, the box front and back is the same. Right? Like social government. Okay? Okay? Alright. So the window board in the middle, if I see in case it is okay, shuffle the SDG card and give 1 each. Sorry, 4 each. Okay, shuffle. You can open the SDG cards in front of you. It's okay. Okay. Shuffle and distribute 4 SDG cards to each player. Okay. Indicator. Indicator is the one that you draw. Extra put at the side. Extra SDG put aside. All okay, all good? Okay. So 1 extra SDG card will be placed next to the board. Okay, good. Indicated cards all piled down, face down. Alright, good. I think that's all good at the back. Misha, all good? Okay. You filming this. Okay, focus, all taken. Alright. Okay, now to start, you throw the dice. To see who starts. Kalau sama buat balik. Okay, siapa yang boleh start? You can start to draw 1 indicator card per person. Follow the sequence, yeah. If you don't have, if you draw, you back on your card, but you don't have any indicator card, and you want to yourself. Okay. Okay. Okay, now let's do the Okay, yeah, time's up. Okay, but if you do this in a training, you can either along the time now, half an hour, 45 minutes, 1 hour. Yeah. So because I just want you to have a feel of using the prompts or how to adapt a familiar game with a new game. So this is an experience for you. And you can use simple things like chips, cards, laminated materials. You can. Okay. Okay. Let's do the debrief. Let's reflect on the game. What was your experience like? Confusing. Very complex. Confusing. Okay. SDG is confusing. Right? Yeah, if it's very simple, it's not SDG. Okay, why I will explain is because from different companies, they view their pillars, their environment, social governance pillars also differently. Right? Correct, Raja? Raja is plantations, right? And you do SDG, correct? So for even in the same industry, if company A and company B is also very different. And there are many indicators. So Sharon asked me, these indicators, there should be many indicators, yes. But for this exercise, that's why I did the TR to explain that there are only 34 indicators. Because I need to set expectations. Otherwise, if you want to plug out the indicators from the report, it's banyak. But if like NAS, you want to focus only the game on quality education or zero hunger, then you go through the indicators, you create a data. But you focus just on zero hunger type. Okay, so you can pick and choose how many indicators you want. So some people, some participants are familiar with the indicators, some participants are not familiar. So it's basically just to create for them. Because it's also the time upstream. Okay, so confusing, what else?
Buat juga indikator yang ada
Okay,
Members tu lah.
okay, alright, yes. I put that in place is because, it's impossible for us to memorize all the indicators, and the indicators are very close to one another.
Orang yang dapat.
Can you,
Dia orang yang dapat.
okay? So,
That's why. Dia yang dapatkan tu dia tak boleh letak.
correct, correct.
So, dia boleh bagi.
So the idea is to combine the answers together. Correct, correct. Correct, correct. So, what I'm trying to show here is also you can improvise your patients go along.
Sebab tu.
Right? So for this, because you need to do different types of tests. Yeah. So the second one, you put that in, you need to test again with another work. And then maybe other week before you test again. So from a trainer's perspective, that is what you have to focus into. So study, you don't expect study what the game is perfect. Sometimes study what the game, like for us also, we tested about 4 times before we actually printed out the stuff and the cards. And if you don't think it, you're looking something with cards. Apa? Yes, the printer, the salah print. So we had the double-sided tape and stick it. But because this is an introductory session, so we have to. But if I'm certain that I want to do this game more often and reach out to more people, then I will print better cards, better art cards, better quality cards. So we can see this part. Memang pure. Okay. You see the cards, right? Then when you create your own cards, you can print extra. Like this one, get the salad print. So you can be certain parts. That one I printed using my office printer A3. Okay, the triggers I did, my printer tak sampai 50 ringgit for this card. The A3 case. The total you have to copy. This one, this card case is 5 ringgit. Yeah, initially, I got this from Britain. Okay, so this card case is 5 ringgit. The A3 paper I should sell. Laminate, you can laminate yourself or you can laminate at the shop. Initially, for students or younger kids, I use this as cheaper. Only 1 for the student. But it's very hard to consider the big. So I find the type case is more durable. And there's also some trading companies, they don't use this case, they just start with A3 papers in sometimes when you come an air the basah, so things like that. So that's more durability. So things like that. So yang I think my cost would RM5 enam. You can you get less than 100 ringgit plus printing of the cards. 6 sets. And actually, because I've not decided yet, you know what size are these cards? Correct. Business cards. Because the tax is still a tax, so you want to invest dulu, you go and buat cantik-cantik, then nak business dapat, then you already waste your money. Yeah, that you can shuffle and stuff like that. So I tried with this sizes. But of course, the nicest size is the plain cards, a bit bigger. And then little size, tengok, font size, you have to make sure. So that kind of thing. Okay? Yes. Yes. Yes, you have to. It depends on what you want to achieve. Kalau you nak get experience lama like this one, I let it down sikit. So I want to see ada yang bingo, ada yang belum bingo tapi dah satu dua kali. So we do about 20 minutes. So if let's say this training is just on ESG manager, I will have to design a game that's longer, 45 minutes to 1 hour. I let you all find it. Then you all do, but it won't be this easy lah. It will be more complicated, a bit complex to do. But because I had to simplify, me to kind of train, so I had to come up with something. And initially we came up, we didn't put the bingo element. Sorry lah, just match, masuk tak chill kan? Okay, fine. Then after I was thinking, okay, we were discussing what can we do. So we included the bingo element. So at least you get to play, you get to feel the chips. So it's back to your question, what do you hope to achieve? What will you achieve in that experience? Yeah, okay, anything else? But any comments? What was your experience?
So because sometimes we will have this not everyone. So it's very hard to although the data is a bit complex, I thought it's very different.
Correct.
Yeah.
So they have to test a few times, and then it will be a better flow. Maybe we don't use bingo eventually. You know, when after you discuss, maybe bingo is just a start, but after that it can just be a board game on its own without the bingo element.
And as a teacher, of course, we use that I do instead of so challenge at the same time, but we also check whether this is right. So we work together as one team, but at the same time,
Correct.
so that is also
Correct. And also, Kitty asked, okay, if I have an impact hero, I give her the card. Do I have the opportunity to put a chip, or she has the opportunity to put a chip? So that's the element of competitiveness and money. So as we go along, maybe you want to change the rules. The gyro, you change your rules now. You adapt. Maybe you feel that okay, this one is more competitive. If your objective is teamwork, then you change your teamwork. Then teamwork, then tak ada lah. In fact, you can change the rules to something else. You can help your friend to win or something like that. Correct. What is the other country? Correct. Awareness. Yeah, the awareness part. So that's why when I created it, I was only looking at the awareness level. But then, how do you teach this to corporates, MPs, CEOs? They may be familiar with ESG. You know, some of them may be because they are like sustainability directors. But then their staff may not be familiar with ESG. So would you want to do a training for different levels based on different competencies? Then your games will be also based on the different level. Yeah. Okay. All right. So connect the dots. So that's what we are doing now. Basically trying to figure out how to actually. I'm open to if you all want to build a community and come together. Let's say game for one of your trainings or whatever. You need some help to improvise. We have some talks to test. Please feel free to connect with one another. And then you reveal the learning part. So at the end of the day, ESG is your the knowledge. It's very complex. Okay, not just through the game as it is. The indicators are some are very similar, some are. You may think it's overlapping, you know, or it belongs, like what Alan said, it belongs to certain categories, but it may not belong to others based on your interpretations. Right? Okay, so you have played the game. So let's go back to here, the parking lot. I think we have addressed quite a lot of things. Maybe I can ask. You have fun? Yes. Did you all learn new things? Yes. Okay. Yeah. Did you all learn new skills? Yes. New information? Okay, good. So upgraded your knowledge. How to be professional? Are you preparing to be a professional trainer? Oh, okay. What do you mean by professional trainer? Okay, right. So professional trainer, ICPT. Okay, all right. Okay, so I think how to apply. I think most of you can use the game canvas. Try to apply, try to adapt. Okay, so in summary, activities, games, and exercises, it can be fun, it can be engaging, it can be motivating, but most importantly, you need to create the experience, awesome client experience. Okay? So like what Sharon mentioned, you create your own game, create more value. So for your branding, for your then maybe you can your fees, you can probably hike up a bit because of something that's different in the market to stand out. So you can do that as well. Okay. So what's next for you? So I hope that after today's session, you're able to go back, try and discuss, think through on how to include games in your trainings. Try a simple game first. Then once you get the hang of it, you want to make it more complicated, more complex, you want to add more elements, please feel free to do so. Yeah? Okay, any questions before we yes, sure. Okay. Yes.
Exactly what they did not luckily once we need right now was they not just stay think of the obstacle that you put using just start one of those someone else eventually second concept.
Oh, I have a regular printer. So yeah, we have to share the contract. Correct. Correct. That's why they got my cards wrong. That's why I had to quickly my advice is to personally, because what I did was I emailed my regular printer and I said I want this to be done. And then after we did one round, we noticed that there was a flaw. So we changed it, the number of cards, we changed it and we sent the file to the printer so they got it fixed up. So my advice would be go and explain face to face to the printer what you want and things like that. So that they don't make mistakes. But the thing is, they created the mistake, but I can still it was a mistake where they used the wrong file, but it was actually based on my first initial idea of the game. So if I want to fall back to my initial idea of the game, I can use the cards. So this is my stand B cards. You know what I mean? So that's the beauty of having things which are customized so that you can play around with the flexibility. But I did 6 sets. I did have 6 sets. Honestly, tell me I've forgotten the quotation, but roughly because I printed other stuff as well. So this one was about 50 ringgit for 6 sets. Because satu set I think it was 17 ya. 17 sedang set. You know, so they go by that. And then the 34 parts, it's just 34 but 6 sets. Yes. Normally they do A3 or A4 or A1 and then they chunk it up. But if you ask for total size, that one would be more. What are your thoughts? Oh, she wants to know your thoughts. Correct. Today's world is like this, so I don't want to change that. So we want to get up, and I think it's very work hard, work is going to be, but like everything else, we do the more we do. Correct. So what was your experience like earlier? Was it confusing or did you help? Because I think she was not everybody is so detailed, it's 17, correct? Now we yes, correct. So we have some time to discuss. It may not have correct. So I think it was excellent. Thank you. I think it was a longer time, longer duration that will be more valuable. And also it was part of it. Yes, correct, correct. Which is not. Yes, correct, correct. Because I didn't want to do something which pretty, I wanted to create something new. Yeah, so that it's new for digital labor is a very different module altogether. Yeah, but then if you want to do AR, yeah, so that one will be a different module, that one is AR. One of the trainers I know, you can play a game from using your phone. Remember, it's virtual reality, so you actually keep so you know, you feel like with your game. So that is also another thing, but that's different. That's a different module. But that one does a lot of IT, the back end, so that one is a bit more deeper. So that one, maybe you cannot create your own, you need to engage the third party suppliers to this. Okay, alright. Okay, I'll pass the floor to Nell. You can connect with me on LinkedIn. Oh, before I forget. Okay, coming soon. I am launching my book, first printed book. So it's no surprise and teacher related. But this is very related to my social enterprise, right? So I want to create more awareness on social entrepreneurship and working with young people. So I'll be launching my book in March. So I'll keep you updated. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Well, I see everyone is excited. Yeah? You have fun? Yeah. Good. All right. Well, unfortunately, we are coming to the end of the workshop. But don't worry, we may have a series coming up. Yeah, I think request for digital games. Yeah. Okay. We hope that you have found this training inspiring and can apply some of the learnings in your training. And before you leave, we would appreciate if you scan the QR code to provide your feedback for HRDC and also for improvement for our next training. Now, yeah, although the training is coming to an end, but please feel free to stay on and connect and network with each other. Right. On behalf of Florida and team, again, we have Isha, Hazim, Nuha, Jansen, Yasmin, and myself. Thank you again for your time on a Sunday. And we value your presence today, and we hope to see you again in the next training. Stay tuned. Thank you, everyone. Oh, okay. Ladies and gentlemen, before I forget, I would like to announce that, okay, we are coming out with a special workshop, okay, and this is for ladies especially. It's in conjunction with the International Women's Day on March 9.
here at this building, but another venue is called the fish deck. Yes. So this training is a full day training. And we're focusing on women, yeah, for women empowerment. So please, yeah, sorry guys, okay, it's for women. You can come up, you can always come up. Okay, please sign up. We have already posted on our social media. Yeah, we can also send, yeah, we have it on our WhatsApp group, right? So, okay, we will send the link. Please do sign up. Things are limited, so sign up soon. Thank you.
Thank you.
We still have nasi lemak and the back of the town here.
Oh, I see. Okay. You can link the Facebook. Can. Oh, I will teach you like me. Boleh, thank you so much. Thank you. It will be easier to put that outside because it's going to be a whole day event. I'll just start looking at the Oh, yeah. So you just value. We will send this. I don't want to break crisis, but it's congratulations. Yeah, I think that's it.
That's what I know. Maybe I will be collaborating with GII and share the industrial English club to collab with the English club to teach children. So,
Sudah boleh end,